the most tremendous new musical experience you can have.
And good morning. How is everyone today? Today we'll be working on multi-island zones.
It's the most tremendous new musical experience you can have.
Getting the phone plugged in. Oh, its brightness is really low. It's getting dark out. First, good morning, Maddie Live. How are ya? It is 4 minutes to 6 a.m. That's how much I love doing this. Get up at 5, stumble out here by 6 a.m., start doing this. Oh, well, thank you, Maddie. So we're doing multi-island zones. Now, let's see if the task switch is going to catch this one. It did. Good. I found the off by one error last night. So if we were to toss some like a test art in there, let's see, where can I find some test art? Let's make some real quick. File new. 256 by 256. RGBA is fine. Transparent, whatever. Square pixels, of course. We're making grass. Ta-da, grass. Let's save that. Not in OBS. Let's save it in Legacy. Capital Legacy. Art. Test grass. PNG. Hopefully it saved it as a PNG. Let's make another one. Test dirt. File save as that one. There we go. Angry Clippy. I mentioned something with Angry Clippy. Yes, we could do that real quick. Where is Clippy? Yes, Angry Clippy would be fantastic. I think I have it in. I had like an OBS folder here. Good. Clippy. This one. Here's Clippy. All right, let's save as. So we don't want to screw this one up. Clippy angry emoticon. All right. We'll work on our little pixel art bits. Now I should have made this with layers and stuff. Where's my layers? Layers. Layer edges, grids. One-to-one. No, that's for palette control. That's incorrect. Where's layers? All right, let's just create a new layer. Oh, looks like I already have layers. All right. Got eyes, etc. Good. Okay, we got eyebrows, we got eyes. I forgot all about that. All right, now I think that the Angry Clippy eyes are probably going to be a little larger, right? So we're gonna redo the eyes, and the eyebrows. Eyes are going to be a little bigger. Yeah, a little bigger. Maybe a touch of red around the outside, and the eyebrows need to be a completely different shape. So we're going to duplicate this. So angry eyes. All right. Yeah, we can hide those now. Good. All right, so I'm gonna lock some of these others. Lock everything. Unlock angry eyes. Gonna leave the eyebrows on there for a moment. We're gonna select that. We're going to have. Need a foreground and a background color. All right, let's just test that out for a moment. Okay, it didn't give me what I wanted there. It actually filled with the wrong color. Let's just do it this way then. Yeah, we're gonna go with 2-pixel border. It's a little better. We'll fill that in. Okay. So we're gonna build the eye out over here with the other one in view. We can get a sense of how much larger they're gonna be. There we go. Kind of like that. Let's add some white to it. All right. Have some larger eyes. Just select these, move them out of the way. But just barely. Oh, clipped them. There we go. Oops. Wasn't supposed to move the whole layer. Go back to selection tool. Copy that. Paste that. Move it. There we go. It's a little one-to-one view here. It's good to be able to see what you're doing in a little pixel window like that, just so you can get a little bit more perspective. All right, these guys, let's continue to move them out of the way a little bit. Hey, 715-209. We'll be getting to the island stuff in just a moment. We are working with Angry Clippy at the moment. Now, is this like full on red? Yes, it is. Perfect. Now, what does an angry eye look like, right? I mean, do you just that looks like menacing? That looks like evil, Clippy. Probably don't want that. Let's go back to the 1-pixel outline here. Can we actually line that up? I didn't want the fill. No. Okay, let's try it again with less fill. 2-pixel, 1-pixel. All right. I'll just go with some black dots for the middle. Give them little irises again. This time they'll be smaller. But they still need to be large enough to show up in kind of in pixel view. And maybe we should have them centered a bit better this time. Still a little bit down. Okay. I like having Clippy's eyes slightly off, like the right one is slightly lower than the left one. You know what, that one I think is okay. It's okay. Let's clean up the white there. So brush, 7-pixel brush. Nope, clipped some of the red. Let's go down to like a 5 or 4. There we go. I think a lot of this is going to come into the eyebrows, right? I think that's just enough red out there to be like how Clippy's pissed. And now for the eyebrows. Let's remove the other eyes for a moment. Go back to our 1-to-1 view. Oops, wrong eyes. How do we turn those off? There we go. Well, interesting. What was back there? Regardless. We'll be getting rid of that anyways. So those we will delete. Delete layer. Did I really put those eyes on that part of Clippy? Or are they in the angry eyes? They're probably in angry eyes. Morning, Toggle Bit. How's it going? There we go. Okay. Now for the eyebrows. Let's lock everything again. Go for the eyebrows. I'm gonna duplicate that layer. I can absolutely see merging this with the other one, just keeping these layers together. Okay, we're gonna move this layer. Move those off. Just for colors, etc. We'll probably need to get the colors. Okay, now going back to the angry eyebrows. Let's get rid of that there. Just flip the eyebrows. Some rage, yes. Well, I think we're gonna go with the kind of the straight line. I don't know. Maybe, let's try it with the curve. But first, we need to get the eyedropper out. Pick up that color. Wasn't sure which one it was. That and these are what? 7 pixels wide or so. Let's bump that up. We'll do some eyebrow manicuring afterwards. 7, 6. Yeah, okay. Let's get rid of the other ones. There. Okay, so these are the beginning and the end points, right? I think that needs to start a little lower. Start like really low. Something more like that. No, they need to be bolder. Clippy's pissed. Up there, down there. Does this have mirror? I hadn't even thought about that. All right. We need to grab that highlight color. We need to trim these down a bit. Let's get the eraser out, do some eyebrows manicuring here. So I think this needs to tame this thing. That's not so bad. Then we can toss some highlights on that. I couldn't find mirroring in the A sprite. I know I can copy it and then flip it, but do they have like active mirroring? Anyhow, all right, let's get the. This is going to be the tedious part. We're going to take. We have to make sure the light's coming from the same spot. This comes down to 1 pixel. Oh, you know what? It's so much easier to do this with a line. And then we'll just kind of patch it up in a minute. I can't tell where. We're going to just pull that across. Here. Good. Let's add a little bit more. Okay. Now we need the highlights. That looks like a pretty good angry eyebrow. All right, the trouble we're going to have is correcting some of the lighting when we flip to the other side. All right, rid of those eyebrows. I'm going to take that masterpiece there. Oh, interesting. All right, hold on. Let's undo that. Copy, paste, move. Oh, that's the wrong one. Copy, paste it again. Edit. There we go. We can clean that up. I'm also a pixel artist. Shh, don't tell anyone. Also, by looking at this, we can see that I've worked with a bunch of pixel artists, so I would consider myself a terrible pixel artist. Because they were good pixel artists. I am not a good pixel artist. Alright, let's clean up that in there. Okay, now let's fix that. That looks like a little Krusty the Clown, doesn't it? That, that looks like a different kind of Clippy that we don't want. Morning, cat peasant. All right. Let's see. I think that the top end here is actually a little wrong. Let's grab the highlight color. Toss another one of these there and there. Oh, I can still have selection on. Okay, and let's erase that pixel. There we go. That looks like a manicured eyebrow there. Get rid of that. Eyedropper, take that, hit brush, come back across. Now this is where we need to adjust. All right, take that, go back to our line tool. So we have to make sure that the highlights are in the right direction. I feel like in the shadow portion there, it's okay there. Now down here at the bottom, eyedropper tool, line tool, swap it, come across. As long as we have the light coming from the consistent direction, it's going to be less of an issue. Groucho Marx, Clippy? We don't want him to... I don't want him to touch unless... That's it. Let's see our little preview here. Okay. And bringing the eyebrow down really does a lot, doesn't it? I mean, that's not that bad. Let's try it out. Let's give that a save. File export. All visible layers. Yeah. Oh, that's right. I was having an issue exporting this in such a way that, let's say this isn't an animation. Selected frame, visible layers, yes. No, don't want to resize to 300%. All right. So sadly, I can't do the next part on camera. Gotta go to the... I have to remember where that stuff is. So I'm not the best at remembering where that stuff is. I think it's in... Is it in channel or... Ah, emotes. Found it. Why can't I click on that thing there? Oh, found it. Give me just a minute. Gotta find that OBS folder now. Where's Clippy? Clippy, angry, emoticon. Yeah, it kind of comes across as angry. I think we might actually need to make the eyebrows a little thicker. We'll have to see. All right. Let's try it. Good morning. How's it going? Good morning, Krasnik. All right. Well, it should be there if you refresh. I'm doing well today. Now, I'm gonna give this a refresh so I can see if it'll reload the emoticon. So give me a moment. When I figured out that, yeah, it was like billions in dollars. Speaking is hard. It was many dollars. 40 billion. I mean, I think the red comes through a little bit, but I think, yes, well, it's subtle. Maybe we don't want to overpower him. All right, we'll keep that. All right. Angry Clippy, and that's how clip art's made here. Amazed how Nvidia keeps growing. Why do you think they bought them? Do they say? All right, now that I'm in here, I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna lasso this because it's saved. Come through here. It's a little off the top, Mr. Clippy Eyebrow. Okay, give you a little lift here. One pixel, maybe. Fill that in. I just think it needs a little bit more volume. I mean, left one versus the right one in the little preview here. You know, it could go probably another one up, couldn't it? Because when those things go small, you really have to overemphasize what makes your art expressive. So we're gonna do this here. We're gonna go 2 up. Increase our pixel size, make it a little quicker. There we go. Let's bring that down to 1 pixel, give it a little highlight edge. When you stretch these things, it doesn't always work out. I mean, if you look at that, like in the little preview on the right there, that left eyebrow is like furious. The right one now appears tame. Maybe part of Angry Clippy is that his eyebrows don't match anymore. There we go. Little tamer. It's got a lot of volume. Oh, Clippy's not going in the game. Clippy's our emoticon bit here. I don't know. What do we think about that? I think having the larger eyebrow there is actually going to help. Let's just shape this one too. Same way. No. That doesn't look right. Just doesn't look right. Nuke that one. Copy this one. Copy paste, move it over. Edit. Flip vertically. That looks like a proper angry Clippy. And I'm hoping that that actually follows through a little bit better, because this gets resized down a bit. So we have to overemphasize it. It's like, you know, opera. Right? The makeup, everything is just like overpowered. So that you can see it. Right? All right, let's see how that one translates. All right, so we have our angry eyebrows. That's looking pretty good. I like how they've got this little curve, like around the iris there. Like that looks like a mad eye. Like crazy mad. Okay, file, export, visible layers, selected frames, forward, apply pixel ratio. Yes. All right, we're going to edit angry Clippy. Delete that one. That means we can upload a new one. Yeah, that's like full rage. Okay. Yeah, that comes across, I think, a little better. Let's see. All right. Now we have to like walk away from it. We'll look at it again tomorrow, see if it's still good. That's what we do with art, right? You look at it, you're like, I don't know. Then you come back the next day and you're like, that is fine. Okay. We get edit. So much more power efficient than x86. Okay. Now, where we started with this was, we're not planning on adding Rage Clippy. Let's see if it shows up all right. Yeah, mine's still showing the old Clippy. Alright, if you refresh, you should get a new Clippy with the full-on rage look. With extra brow. Alright, and where were we? We had... That shows up. Got to this point where we have all of the issues figured out there. And if we remove the extra gizmos on scene, we can see that there's only 964 verts here, which actually isn't that bad for this. Get the environment and kill off the gizmos there. That looks like a decent island. Go ahead and view environment there. Okay, let's toss this dirt onto the scene. Surface. Can we put the, oh, can I scroll there? I can. I don't have a material here. Oh, shader material. Edit, we're gonna edit that. Yeah, we need resources, we need paths, etc., etc. Okay. We give this. We just need like a base shader. Could play around with the visual shaders in this. I haven't done that before. I've always just used like regular shaders. Alright. Now we have to save. Save this. Online docs. Ooh, fun. Okay. I want to see these with like some texturing on them. Their little black and whiteness is not appealing to me. Oh, I missed a bad joke. NVIDIA is going to be scary now because they're going to be armed. But oh. Oh. Shader types. Yeah, we're not doing canvas item. Okay. Ooh, you can have like render mode on shader cold disabled. Fancy. Alright, so can we toss that up at the top of the shader? Or does it just hate that? Alright, processor functions, vertex, fragment, light, etc.
Welcome to the push-up competition. Sudden death. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1.
Vertex processing function called once for every vertex. Yep, got it. I just want something super simple right now. I just basically want the color. Swizzling, yes, precision, okay, arrays, etc. Shader languages are like their own thing. Each one is like slightly different. And then we got operators, flow control. Okay, we're going through like the whole thing, aren't we? You know, why don't we just, I don't know, I want the texture on there because that's what we're going to be loading next. Alright, it should be able to, it should get to some sort of sampling here in just a moment. Yes, all the math features had texture sampling in there. Spatial shaders, oh goodness. your first shader. Oh, and this is going to do the little height map thing. Yeah, we don't want that. Don't want that. Anyhow, we could just make it green and brown with a shader at the moment. So that's going to take me a while to do that, and I don't want to do that today. So instead, we're going to back out of that corner. How's our status here? Looks pretty good. Oh, git add OBS. Clippy. There we go. We don't want to lose that. Just don't want to lose that. All right. So at this point, we basically got an island, right? And if we give it certain information, let's close the little shader thing. If we give it information, it generates itself, which is kind of neat, right? We can texture that, do a bunch of stuff with that later. But the other thing that we need is the other islands in the scene. There's supposed to be more than one. When you come onto a scene, you'll basically have an island, and that'll be floating. There'll be some sort of water around it, etc. Imagine, if you will, this majestic, this majestic island floating in the sky. So we're gonna have these little islands, and then the base island's kind of gonna look like that. Maybe. I'm still torn about the water. I don't know if you can tell, but we're gonna have one of these, and then we'll have multiples. So if we were to come back into the other scene, the island zone scene, you like that the little island's off to the far right, like a double island? Yes. So what we're gonna end up with is a number of islands in here. So the script here in Island Zone, it's going to be given information from the network about this zone. Because the zone ID will be passed in, and then we'll have a little bit extra information about the zone. Is this a big island? Like what some biome information about the zone, the islands, the lands, etc. So on each island is basically its own little biome. So if we had this one here, it might be like a jungle biome, and then if we had another one, it could be something like a I don't know, like, I don't want to say too much because I think that we got some more surprises coming. Let's toss an island in there. Right, let's duplicate that. Where's duplicate? Command D. Okay, Command D, Command D. Just to toss some islands out there so we can see it visually. Toss this over there. Have some floating islands. Right, they'd probably have some sort of random sort of positioning, or even a little higher up. Then you'd come on into here and you'd have like this little floating set of islands, and you'd adventure on the first one, get up to the second one, and maybe take the rope bridge up to the third one, right? And so these islands are kind of clustered together. Yeah. And each one would basically have its own biome. And they might have, it wouldn't all look the same, of course, because they would be randomly generated. And some would be larger, some would be smaller than the other one. So that's what we're going to be doing. Getting the information needed to create the zone. Because the server's not going to store all this information. Basically, the server's going to store the information needed to generate this. So we're gonna get rid of those for a moment. I like that they do have stuff on them. Delete nodes. Okay, bye-bye. So, island zone. When it receives island information, it receives the zone ID, but it also gets to know how many different lands there are. Okay. So this needs to be deterministic, right? Given the same zone ID, it needs to produce the same thing every single time. So given the number of lands here, the lands is actually a link to, I guess it'd be a link to a texture on a CDN. So we'd have at least that many islands. It's either that or we just use this as a sampling. Like maybe this cluster of islands only has those elements, but it could have n number of islands from it. We'll have to play around with that. All right. So let's create a function that the server and the client can use for building out this information, because the server will need it for pathfinding, the client's going to need it for display. What else do I need here? What's this doing anyways? Mixed signal. Oh, that's something loaded. That's right. Because we load these URLs. And load them into netcache, which is nice because those textures should get loaded and cached, which would be nice. All right. The island itself doesn't get loaded anymore, which is this one, because we're generating the islands. Now we're not sampling noise. Early on in the project, we generated noise and had a shader that just represented the land. In fact, I've got an old clip that shows it. Let's see, where's that old clip? Does anybody have it handy? There we go. This here. So you can see in this image that we used to just have an island, right? Which was kind of trying to treat it as Godot. You can see that it was generated, it has this edge on it, etc. So that's what it used to look like, and now they look quite a bit different. It's like our little islands are growing up. That's Connor there. He's just going around the island. You can see that I used to have the biomes on the island, like the different sections of the land would have different things on them. So you can see behind Connor right there, there was like a rocky biome, and then on the very edge behind him, it's kind of like a sand or something. Yeah, this one didn't even have the water yet. After this, I added a shader for the water, and it would kind of undulate up and down. It had some textures in it. So, yeah, it's going to be quite a bit different. Let's go ahead and close that one. Not doing shaders. Leave that one up though. Not doing the height map. We found a different way that we were going to do this. Okay. So we can get rid of that one. We still have to load the other ones and the water texture. All right, load the land and water textures. And we need that function, the crazy function. What will we need? We'll need to know how many islands, biome, which is the land of each island. Due to spawning, we have to spawn world entities and such on them. Connection points, location. Now the first one's always going to be in the middle, right, at like 0, 0 of the zone, but then each one thereafter is going to have connections from it. We need all coordinates. Kind of also in relation to the lower islands, still want to play around with distance and kind of angle from it. Okay. What else do we need? We have how many islands, the biome of each island, connection points, location. I think that's pretty good so far. That'll at least get us what we need for the client. All right, well, let's take this to Cosmos. That's our generate island. Hub function. Island zone. We give it what, a UUID? All right, how do I want to represent these? Probably some sort of struct for this. An island zone. I think we already have island. It's not the same thing. This is island zone definition or something. Island seed. Seed is a little used. We'll see. Islands will be a vector of island seed. Basically the information we need to know about each island. How many islands? Biome of the island. That has to go in there. We'll say that's a U8 because it'll be an index into the lands. And some sort of location info. So this will be a Euclid point 3D. What does a point 3D want? Yeah, the type and the unit. Okay, F32 and unknown unit. Then we'll have our transform. Are we going to be using that sort of transform like that? Will we be able to take the transform and give it to Godot? Origin, vector 3D, on basis. Oh, that's in GD native. I want the one from Euclid. Rotation, we get an angle. Oh, no. That doesn't return the rotation. Alright, so let's just have an angle for the rotation, and that should probably be enough. Except we need, I think, this info. At least that info. Curves, radius min, radius max. Okay. Hopefully that's going to be enough. So given a type ID, we need to know how many islands, where they are, everything that we need to generate them. So we're just using this UUID as a seed for all of the rest of this random info. Ooh, nice. Angry Clippy. That looks okay. Wonder if you should change color, like the orange itself. Okay, thinking about Clippy too much. Morning, Peyton Rules. Morning, Raiders. How are you doing? Oh. You guys. Hey, Matt, can I share that on screen? All right. That is fantastic. Look at this one. This is awesome. This looks like my picture. I just realized that. Oh my goodness. That is fantastic. I mean, it looks better, but the Aussie is Clippy confirmed. That's fantastic. Ah, I love that. Thank you. That's gorgeous. Yeah, I mean the eyebrows, you got the like the little striping there with yeah. I love the texturing of the eyebrows. That's really good. And I love the style on the art. Oh, what's this? Oh, Godot got an announcement. So I just got the ping. Wow. Oh yeah, that art style, I really do like it. That I hope you can hear it in my voice, but I thought you like nailed the shading on there. If we were to tear this apart, right? The lines I think are like spot on for this style of art. The way that you did the shading of the eyebrows and like the facial hair, right, with those vertical lines in there is just it's perfect. The curves. Yeah, you didn't overdo the stash or the little, I don't know, the little lower lip hair there, the little soul patch thing. I also like that the irises are not perfectly round. Color is a good choice. All right, so what they do here? C# users, CS Proj. All right, changes 500 commits from 100 contributors. Wow. Or by reverse chronological order for exhaustive list. Ooh, high precision float and Gilias, okay. Bunch of C# stuff, which I'm gonna skip. Auto completion enhanced for extends. Oh, neat. Okay. Some HTML5 stuff, that's nice. Reverse kinematics bits. iOS stuff. Dynamic libraries, really? Oh, good, they got some physics stuff in there. Rendering. Sprite 3D, okay. Known incompatibilities. Guess we should look at that. Okay, physics, dampening, mention, bullet physics, okay. Nice. Well, start the downloads. That's pretty cool. Well, they were talking about the shaders, right? For the high precision float Synchron. Some of the things that that you get into with some of that, if you're using low precision floats for alpha on mobile, you get like this weird stacking effect, and you get like these strange gradients, and it doesn't look right after a while. So you need high precision floats for alpha channels especially. All right. Now, how do we provide a seed to FastRand? Is that even possible? FastRand. Not cryptographically secure. Oh no, our islands are going to be hackable. That's fine. Strox RNG with seed, perfect. Interesting. Which portion of the UUID do we use then? All right, so we can create new RNG with seed. All right. And off of UUID, what do we have? I want the struct. I want the UUID struct. As bytes, so we could use a number of bytes from that. 2 fields. Oh, interesting. I see, so we can say as fields, as this, as that, etc. Or we can just say we want it as a no. Probably better to take this. How can we build up a F64 from these? We can do some shifting. Not an F64, use 64. Ooh, from bytes. Oh, that'll just work. So in this case, we'll just say as bytes, as fields. We can take the last bit there, pass that in. The bytes in the returned integer fields will be converted from big endian order. And okay, so we do want the bytes in big endian. And it looks like that's going to be this as bytes here. Now this bytes, what is that? Oh, it's just a type alias. Okay, perfect. So we'll say our seed is use64 from bytes. We'll take the zone ID as bytes. That's going to fail to compile, but that's okay. We'll fix it. Oh, I see. What's that want? That wants a T, so our angle is going to be also F32s. Our type ID isn't known, I see. From BE bytes, there we go. Found one with 16 elements. Was that? Oh, it is 16. Well, that makes sense. It's 128-bit. Wait, can we take a slice out of that then? Copy it? That's not going to work. How would we do that? Let's say we want to be able to take a number of those. I mean, we could collect them. Bytes as a type alias to an array with 16 elements in it. Seed bytes is going to be equal to zone ID dot as bytes Hey, Acton Dev, how's it going? try the into on that. What can we do with array? I don't play with array very much. Array, primitive type. Right, we can create slices from array, etc. Let's say we only want to copy n number of pieces from it. So a slice method may call an array. I think cheese is in order. Hey, just sitting down with your coffee. Oh, nice. How's the game coming along this morning? It's going pretty well. So we got rid of the little extra slice that was taken out of the islands. And now we're trying to build up some information to build a zone of islands, how they connect, and the different shapes of each one. So this island zone here will get transformed into a little kind of cloister of islands. But I have to pull data out of a UUID, and I'm not doing very well with it. So slice, primitive type. We have to vector. Let's say I want to split. Will that return what? Iterator over subslices. Split to add. But I can't like take that to an array, can I? How do you create an array from another array? Yeah, slice? I don't want it to go to a vector. Try into for a slice. You want 2-block slice and try converting. Yeah, we got a slice. Try converting it into an array. Got it. Let's pull that into scope. Wow, okay, so you can do that. Seed vines. You literally ran into this yesterday. Wow. Okay. There we go. Now we have our RNG and we can start to build up these things. So given, let's say, the island zone, we also have to pass into this how many lands there are. I guess we don't guarantee that each biome is actually used. Maybe we should. Maybe we should keep building islands until there's at least one of each land. That'd be kind of cool. Alright, so for our first island, man, could use some coffee. Now if we go... So we're getting the RNG, fast strand RNG. And we're going to want these within certain ranges. Can we create floats? Can't. But we can generate an F-32 between a certain range, or within a certain space. Coffee will be cold before it got to either of us? Probably. Alright, so the integers we can do with just that value like so. I don't really want to generate an integer and a float. But I do want to have a float within a certain range. That's more for the location, though. That, we might be okay with this. Alright. Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll be fine. Okay, so let's generate the number of curves that we need, the radius, the min, the max. And we should probably have some sort of island size. The island size is going to dictate the radius information. Because we will have things like big islands, small islands, etc. Alright. It's funny because when I had started building this up, I wasn't planning on having multiple islands in a zone. So some of the database information doesn't have this, and I'm trying to map what I do have in the database into what we could use here. We have island size, right? We also have island zones. Yeah, this could end up making the big islands really, really big. We'll have to see. This is going to be neat. All right. I'm a little concerned that there's going to be too much island in a zone for big islands. So the first thing, let's generate the number of islands. Hey, if you want the dot files, we have dot files. We also have commands if you're interested. Alright, so we have let island count, and this will be a number between, I guess it'll just between like 1 and however many lands there are, or maybe twice the number of lands. Hey, you're welcome. Happy Thursday. So, RNG, I think we just call dot on that, don't we? I8. You need to give it a range. The range will be from 1 to land's length times 2. Magic numbers. Oh, it's just, that's not an array anymore. It's just a count. Okay, so twice lands. Because that also needs to be a U size as underscore. Alright. So I'm going to start at the bottom and slowly build up. The first level will always have one island, and then that's kind of like the anchor island. Then the other islands will be floating islands off of its perimeter, up and so forth, okay? Do we want to do it that way or just check? Let's see, while our result, which is going to be an island zone, just toss default on there. Derive some stuff, we can't do copy. This one we probably could do copy. Oh, those both need default as well. We'll return the zone. Alright, so while zone islands length is less than island count, because we can go over. I don't mind going over there. So we're generating these islands. Let's generate a new one. I'm tired of looking at that one. Here's a new one. Ooh, that one's got like some neat curves. Neat. Alright. So we need to create the first island ahead of time. So we'll end up getting the last item out of there and creating kind of this, extra islands on it. just trying to think through how I want the world to look and how are we going to be adding islands. I think we need to have one island at the beginning. The anchor island there. That means that zone needs to be mutable. Oh, you're excited. I'm glad. I think this is going really well. And one of the things I think is cool about the way that we're generating the islands is if we take this down to, oh no, I have this in GLES 2 mode. GLES 2 mode can't do all the cool things that GLES 3 mode can. Let's restart that real quick. Alright. GLES 3 mode can go to wireframe. And if we hide the bottom there, the way that this is tessellating is going to make really, really nice pathfinding shapes. So we're going to be taking these and collecting them into convex polygons. And that's just going to be so easy to just find the next face and keep adding these to it. So I think it's going to be really cheap to pathfind, which is one of the most expensive things on a game server. So the cheaper that is, the less it's going to cost me to run it. That, and I wonder if the server can actually have a different tolerance. So what if the server had like a larger, like a rougher tolerance than the client had? That should be okay for pathfinding. And it would mean that you couldn't get to all of the tiny edges. That should be okay. Yep. That's cool. Now, do we want to stuff all of this in here, or do we want to toss some of this onto those? All right, sorry about that. My wife just came in. Anchor Island. Let's just create another little function for making those. I go between these two different styles, right? Because if I'm not adding methods to something, I tend not to add like static methods, static functions onto a type. But if we generate an impl, we could say random, then have the seed here, and have the RNG. And that returns a self. We could do the same thing for the island zone. Wonder which way is like more rusty, you know? And this one would get the zone ID, lands, etc. It's like those little style things that I struggle with sometimes with Rust. Oh, and then we should pass that in. Does it need to be mutable? Probably. That'll return itself. Okay, unimplemented. Now we need to make sure that these things don't clobber each other. So we should probably know where the other ones are, or organize them at the end. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Just create a bunch of islands and then link them together at the end. Position and link at the end. Because other than its location bits, we could just set them to 0, 0 at the beginning. Yeah, see, we still need to know how many elements that... We still need that other info. Number of lands, the size. Algol, yes we do. We've got dot files. We've also got commands. And please, feel free to, ask questions, whatever you want in here. Well, not whatever you want. Try to stay on topic, but if you do want to, you know what we haven't done today? I haven't told a bad joke. How did the hipster burn his mouth? He ate the pizza before it was cool. I like that one. I really like that one. Why aren't koalas actual bears? They don't meet the qualifications. Yeah. Alright. I think that like, it's like one of those. So we're gonna have to pass the lands and the size in. Alright. 0 to lands. What else do we have? We have biome, let. Location is just going to be 0, 0 for now. 0.3D. There we go. Now let rotation angle new. Oh, they don't have new on angle, do they? Oh, they have a 0 on there. Very nice. Do they also have 0 here? Well, they do. Look at that. That's very descriptive. That's nice. Alright, so we have angle, rotation, curves. Now this is an interesting value. Ooh, Camp Peasant's got a joke. A bad joke. Why is Swiss cheese so expensive? I don't think I can actually say that. Like, making it is so whirling. See that? I don't know. It should be like grueling, but it's greerling. That is, yeah. That bad joke we're saving in the cat peasant section of the notebook. All right. Wouldn't want to make sure that. Wouldn't want that to get attributed to the wrong person here. Odd. I wonder why. Okay. Copy is working. Oh, there we go. Okay. Back on task. Sorry. I'm actually using Firefox today for the little preview window that I'm using to view chat. Let me zoom that in a little bit. There we go. That's a little easier to see. The screen's not the closest to me. Alright. So how many curves should we have on this? I think it should be some number between like 10 and 30. So wait, look at this. Like what are good values for an island? Let's say we have 3 curves. What's it look like? That's kind of boring. Maybe that's okay. Like, it looks kind of pointed at the end. I don't like the kind of artificial points. What about 5? Is 5 a good base number? I think 4 is more interesting than 3. And if we get up to 40, that's just like chaos in a bottle. Wow. That's kind of cool, I have to say. That's neat looking. 30? 25. Let's get it at 25. Maybe the larger the island, the more curves it has. Because if you had a tiny island it's like that, that'd be pretty rough. Alright, so let's make this a function of the size. I know the big islands can be like 128, 256. They can actually be fairly large. Or 127. I think they always had to be odd. In fact, they don't have to be odd anymore, do they? Oh, that's fantastic. Yay, we removed a constraint. So we probably want, let's see, a range going from, let's say, 3. That goes up to some max curves. Alright, we'll figure out what max curves is in a moment. That's going to be size. Let's say we had something like some island sizes. Let's say we had like 255. So we had 127. I know we have some of those out there already. What if we had like 55? I don't know, 65. This probably exist. Right? 31s exist. So how can we, what sort of operations can we do on this that would take it to something that was that would add enough? Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know. Because I think our max island size is actually 255. So maybe it's a ratio of whatever it is. Over that, what do we want the max size to be? So our max size is going to be, I mean, we could say it's 40. That's like crazy spiky. And that could be for the largest islands. Maybe not. How about we just choose a random number between like 3 and 20? Right, 20 seems to be a decent top end. We could say it's 15. Those are good islands too. Let's say it's a number between 3 and 15 and not make it off of the size. Okay. Alright, wait, biome location rotation curves. Radius minimum and maximum. That's going to be off of size though. So we're going to say the radius max is the size. I think that should probably just be a function of, it should be like 3/4 the radius max or something. Oh, and that should be a U16 now. 16, not 17. We don't need the extra bit. Something like that. Hey Aaron, how's it going? Rotation curves. Radius min and max. Oh, it's duplicate definitions because I didn't change this to island zone. What about me? I'm doing all right. All right. Okay, now what else does it want? Oh, cannot find RNG in the scope. Let's import that. We are making islands. So we're coming up with the definition of these islands. We're going to generate a bunch of them. All right. Yeah, the anchor island. We're not going to do it this way anymore. We're just going to generate islands. And that's going to be from 0 to island count. We'll map those just into islands. It's going to be size there. Good, good. Collect that. Let's bubble that out a little bit further. Oops. So use 16. Okay, there, it should know it. Oh, what we call it island zone. That has islands inside of it, so that type of information is now known. However, now we need to organize the islands and position them. So right now they do not have a location or rotation. We're going to treat the first island as the anchor island. It will stay at 0, 0. But for all of the other ones, we will start to chain them off of the previous island. Let's see, do we want to do a direct chain or do we want to randomly choose another island? And if we just did one, like, okay, this one's linked off of the previous one or so forth, that'd be fine. But maybe we should do it in tiers, like the first one has 2 off of it, and each of those have 3 off of them. We do it that way. Gonna spread them out breadth first. 1 to 2, then 2 to 3. Then we'll also have to do some checks for positioning to make sure that the size of each island in its plane doesn't get messed up. Okay, so if we're doing it this way, where we have kind of the base, origin, then off of that, we have an island going that way, island going this way, and each one of those would have, we could do 2 again. I was thinking 3. Just to keep them not so tall. I don't think I want the zones to be really, really high. I'd rather have them, I don't know, high islands might be kind of fun. So if we just did 2, it'd be a little bit more predictable. Or we just choose a random number. Right, this one has between 1 and 4, and we go up from there. Let's just make it random. Alright, so as we go through these, and then we'll just keep pulling them off the list. Okay. How do I want to iterate through that? Because if we start at 0, we'll say, okay, we need a random number of islands. Okay, let's say, let child count, like child island count, or connected island count. Oh, maybe this vector is not a good representation of this. Maybe islands should also have connected islands. In which case, we could probably get rid of the whole island zone bit. You just have an island seed, and then the island seed is it's also the root. We build a graph off of this. That works. Okay. So inside of here, we'll have or maybe it has islands. It itself is an island, and then we have Oh, of course, you're not copy anymore. Should we have this separate? Should we have the graph separate from island seeds? No, let's try it this way. Alright, so we'll just create a bunch of islands and then we'll start to stitch them together. Toss default on there. That needs to be an island seed. We'll have our root island. Okay. So if we have our islands in there, we've got our big collection of islands. Now we need to kind of build a tree out of them. Let's say these are available islands. All right, and while we have available islands, That's a list, right? No, it doesn't know what it is anymore. It's a vector. Do we want to do it that way? Yeah. Or do we just want to loop? Because we could just loop, and then once we run out of islands, we return whatever the base island is. Anchor Island is going to be the first one. We'll just unwrap it. That shouldn't fail. This needs to be mutable. Ooh, getting the errors before Clippy gets it. Alright. So then, we will return Anchor Island at the end. And we need to add these available islands to Anchor Island and Anchor Island's islands. I think I want to do this slightly different, so we're going to do a loop instead. Loop. Let's do it this way. Okay, let current island. Island up pop. Okay. No, see, I'm still doing this backwards. Basically, what I want here is, I want to say, okay, how many islands are we going to attach to this Anchor Island, or to whatever it is? I don't know why I'm having such a hard time with this today. So if we do a loop, I'm going to say, let child count, or sub-island, linked islands, I don't know. And that's going to be equal to random number generator. It's going to be 1, 2. Let's say 3. 1 to 4. Then we're just going to basically take that many islands out of the list. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Because if islands is optional, I got a little visitor. All right, looks like she's going to be co-pilot. Okay. So we'll just take that many off of the list. I was thinking that we could use some tools here. What else do we have on vector that we could use? We could split it, right? The original vector will be left containing the elements 0 to whatever. Okay. Interesting. What else do we have? We have remove, etc. Splice. We take a range. Huh. What if we don't have that many elements? Okay, let's just collect those. I'm going to undo the that. We'll just have a vector. I don't know. Oh, available islands. There we go. Oh, I have a better idea. Oh, much better idea. Okay. So we're going to start attaching islands at random from the available islands to islands at random to the connected islands. See, can I keep a reference to that though? Because yeah, connected is going to have to be a vector of reference island seeds. Alright, so that'll be Anchor Island. Alright. So while it's available islands is equal to, alright, that's island. I demand a joke being delivered to you. Did you hear the joke about peanut butter? I'm not going to tell you. You might spread it. But so we'll have available islands. Hop on that. All right, and then we'll have to add it to the connected islands. So we're going to attach it to an island at random in here. Connected.length. And we will attach it. Add it to the connected set. Okay. So in this case, we'll have our connected. We'll have to get the island that it wants. Random island. Islands.push. Okay. And then we add it to this other set. Oh, no. Can't do that before we get the random island. Because when we push it, basically the ownership moves. Okay. Alright, let's change that to mutable. Change that to mutable. Doesn't live long enough. Oh. Interesting. Did you hear about the Pillsbury Doughboy? He died of a yeast infection. Oh no. Now, how can we actually ensure that they live long enough? So we have connected island here. We have this here. That's going to go away first. I mean, logically, I know this would work because we're going to be storing them over here. Oh, when I get the new profile pic, that was yesterday, maybe the night before that. Morning, Red Fox. Somebody's still groggy. Did you hear about the guy who got his left side chopped off? He's all right now. That's so bad. Yeah, we can't store the reference to this. That's a bummer. Oh man. It's really bad that it's funny. Oh yeah. That's funny. All right. So how do we convince this that this lifetime here is okay because it's going to be living long enough? I mean, we're going to be storing them inside of essentially Anchor Island. Now, is it because of the second time through? Because obviously we can store this inside of there. There's no qualms about that one. No, cannot borrow data. An index of that is mutable. Oh. Connected is mutable. Ah, we need these to be mutable references. Been struggling with getting encryption working on a microcontroller? Ooh. Oh, good luck with that, man. Actually, so the microcontroller doesn't have any encryption services to begin with. Are you using what are you using for encryption on that? Well, I thought this was a good idea until the lifetimes came around. Yeah, it doesn't live long enough. It's borrowed. Okay. Well, let's do this a different way then. So we're going to take this off, and we are just going to choose someplace at random. I think we will descend from Anchor Island out to the fringes. So what we will do in this case, is we're not doing that. That doesn't work. We're just going to say, we'll do some coin flipping. Hope you can get AES CBC working. Ooh, interesting. What What kind of microcontroller is it? If you don't mind. If you don't mind sharing. Okay, so available islands. Pop that off of there, and then we have to go figure out which one to store it on. So, let's look at Anchor Island. Let's have immutable reference to some island here. This will be the reference. Parents' island. No, is Anchor Island. Oh, that should be mutable. It's unused. Yep, unused. Okay, so now if we do a coin flip and we say that this is the parent, we will add it to that one. That means that we'll have more islands next to the root island than the fringe islands. Oh, you're doing 80 mega. Okay. 80 mega, 32U. Keyboard plus firmware with the built-in password manager. Oh, neat. Those are neat chips. And how much memory does the U have? You were holding that, uh-huh. All right. What were we doing here? So we're going to look at this island, see, give it a chance. Maybe this should be, the randomness should be a, kind of a function of how many children the parent already has. Basically want a dice roll. What do we have on rand again? Good old Pro Micro. Can use that for the split ergo. Oh, interesting. Nice. Not enough. Only 32K? Oh, you could build an OS. You can do anything with 30. I'm kidding. I kind of want a bool, but I don't. So basically we're going to roll. And it'll have a 1 in n number of children chance of being able to get it. So let's... nice roll. RNG dot... Let's say it's a U size, because we're going to be comparing it against a U size. And this will be parent dot islands dot length. Oh, what if you give a use? What if it's 0? What if it has nothing? Panics if the range is empty. Okay. +1. I don't know what she finds so funny. The nightly too many? So 0, 2, whatever the length is, +1, which means that this dice roll we actually have to subtract 1 from. And this needs to be inclusive, because if the range is empty, 0 to 1 is still empty, unless you make it inclusive. Then we take the 1 off. Okay, so it's either going to be a 0 or 1. We subtract 1, so we get... Well, that doesn't work like that. Alright. Now, say... What? Antiparent is going to be equal to true if... dice roll is greater than... No, so if it's less than 1, less than 2, because we might get a 0 or a 1, that means, in this case, we will say dice roll is going to be not. So the more children that this has, the less likely it is that we will add it to this. If add to parent, then we add it to the parent. Parent.islands, push island. You might try hand porting it over at some time. A lot easier having professors. They can help with build tooling, some sneaky optimizations. Oh, nice, nice. All right. Otherwise, we need to choose something else to be the parent. And if that fails, because then we'll say parents, we'll go around, we'll have 1. Okay, otherwise we'll choose a child at random. So we'll just kind of branch off and we'll choose a branch. So if we get to this point, that means that we must have had a choice. So that shouldn't be empty anymore. Parent is going to be equal to parent dot islands random child. Type's wrong on that. Cannot assign twice to immutable variable. What? Oh. Yeah, that's mutable now. Okay, that needs to be outside of there. So we can keep looping on it. Alright, let's add some comments here. See, I think it was complicating it here. This dice roll, it almost feels like it should be like a Boolean, right? It's like add to parent should just be like true or false, right? But I get that I want to convert this into some sort of like a dice roll where the more children it has, the less likely it is to be added. Let's keep it simple for a bit. We'll say we'll add it to the parent if the parent's empty. Or that. So if it's not empty, we might still add it to ourselves. You know, that looks clean. I want to overcomplicate it if we don't have to. Okay, so then we have, where were we? We were in here. Empty the available islands into randomly chosen islands. Now we need to actually position them. What we could do at that point right here is see if it'll work before we position them. All right, so we're going to position them evenly around the parent for now. Instead of randomly, we'll just divide the space around the parent because there are islands around and anchor them off of there. And we should be able to rotate, etc. if we want. Let's see, and how are we going to do this? We basically have to look at each one of the islands again. You want down? I think somebody wants down. See, I still don't like this pattern because I don't have an iterator for this tree, and that's bugging me. MS Flight Sim is used for benchmarking? What do you mean it's used for benchmarking? Like for video hardware or something? Or a different kind of benchmarking? Yeah, we're not going to do that there. Let's just put that onto the item itself and have it do it recursively. Oh, GPU bench, really? Wow, you go Microsoft. Is that a Microsoft one? I mean, does Microsoft make Microsoft Flight Sim? Oh, they don't anymore. Okay. All right, so we'll call position islands there. All right, now in here we'll just do that, and then on each one of those islands we'll call position. Now this needs to be mutable, which means each of those will need to be mutable. Okay. Now in here we want to figure out how many islands we have, and then divide the space around the island with these. Then each of those might have, further and further islands. Okay, now at this point, position islands. What should the height be on these, though? Because as we go down, we should probably be setting the height. Height step. All right. So let's position those islands. It's the developers of some Disney games? And A Plague Tale, in a sense? Wow. Okay. So now, at this point, we're going to be doing something very similar to how we were generating the clock face. Basically, we have the subdivisions here. We're going to be doing a point with a rotation exactly like that. I'm just going to snag that code. Call it subdivisions. Now, do we want these islands overlapping with each other? Because the distance from the base island to the outer island could actually be arranged still. So the minimum is going to be the radius of the existing island. So maybe the self.radius max. And that would put the other island half covering this island. So we probably don't want that. We probably want the minimum distance to that island to be this island's radius max plus that other one's, and then some additional distance. All right, so the base here is going to be self dot radius max plus self dot islands whatever the index is. We don't have an index there. Sorry, my it's going to be a subdivision. Actually, why don't we just call it island? Teasing my wife. Okay. Let's pull this out into a variable. It's too much. All right, so it'll be the minimum distance. It's going to be that. Okay. That'll be 2 that plus distance min times 1.5 or something. Times 2. I don't want to deal with the float right now. Okay. So then we have our distance. We'll have our rotation, which is going to be the index. Times that, pi subdivisions, which we also call index. Then we have our transform, and we have our point that's transformed. So that point there is going to be its location. So these 3 points, or these n number of points, are going to be the points for those islands. Interesting. Why wouldn't we just... So we do the transform point. We could just, instead of the map, do a for each here. Because we have our point there. This transform point should be returning a transform. Oh, it's returning a 2D. All right, now we have to do something with that. That transformer, it needs to know what the T is, so like an F32. All right. Let's say this is a point 2D. It needs to be an F32 with an unknown unit. Hopefully that will solve its identity issue. Okay, and once we have that, we want to take that point 2D to a point 3D. So this is going to be self to islands index dot position. Oh, we called it location. I don't know if I like that name. This is going to be a point 3D based on a point 2D. Is there a point 3D from the other one? Not that I see. Alright. X. The Y is going to be the height. And then Z is going to be the point 2D dot Y. Okay. So the height here, let's say it's 20.0 and the step is 20.0. That should be the position for everyone, not the rotations. Let's go ahead and get rid of rotation and rename location to position. Okay. Let's call it Zone Islands, because that previous name was just not enough. What are we doing here? All right. Now we need to call Zone Islands. Was it that? That wasn't there. It's in Rust Island Zone. Maybe each one of the islands should actually emit that too. Or perhaps we do all of those, and once those are done, once those are finished, I don't know, when do we actually texture the islands? I don't know. It smells like gas in here? What? It smells like... that's never a good sign. Yeah, I guess the general thing is, like, if you smell gas, you know, then you call into the gas company. Ooh, that's a bad idea, Turbo Dave. Bad idea. All right, so let's generate that. You know what? You know what? I don't have my chat settings enabled. Yeah, I need the mod icons. There we go. Got my mod icons. Perfect. All right, there we go. That, and now we should do. Should add a banned word. Let's see, how do we do that? We'll just add that other channel name as a bad word here. Moderation. Uh-oh. Blocked terms. There we go. All right. That's better. I should get fewer of those. Could somebody give me a test? Let me know if that's actually working. If you drop the link in, does it actually prevent you from sending the link? Yeah, somebody paid for traffic. Shame on them. All right. Zone Islands. Now we give it the UUID. So you can't put it in there right now? Well, here, let me, no, I'm not, well, forget it. It's not the point of this stream. All right, so we'll do a zone ID here. How many lands came in here? Okay. Lands.length. Radius max. That's gonna be the island size. Now that didn't get transitioned into here. Oh, interesting. So we do need something there for that. Let's just say the max radius is 20. Just so we can make it work. So that should give us our island seeds, and then we can use each one of those. Oh, mismatched types. Construct variance game ID. Is game ID... Oh, I see. Zone ID.0. There we go. Expected use size found I32. Oh, typed array has an I32. Ah, forget it. As you ate. Hmm. The music has stopped. That's... There it goes. Alright, so there's our island zones. That should be a vector of elements. Yeah, it's finally catching up. Island seeds is equal to that. Alright, then for each one of those seeds, we will go through, create a new island, and add it as a child in Godot. So here, let's say, we go back to Godot. This is our island. This is an instance of an island, given all of these parameters, right? Now, if we go to the island zone, alright, this thing here loads up a bunch of information from the server, and yeah, we should probably make it so that we can provide some of this data here, maybe some properties on the right. Or just have another kind of debugger tool. That wouldn't be a bad idea. The debugger on this too. So let's build that out. Oh, well, what I was saying is all of those islands should get populated into this area here. So that's our goal. Okay. Oh, that's right. It's not a vector. Why was I still thinking it was a vector? So if it's not a vector, we need to iterate through the graph then. Interesting. Because yeah, we're still going to want these to be linked in order to know the paths between them. I mean, either that or we randomly choose paths later, which could end up with some more interesting pathing throughout the zone. And instead of just always going up, down, you could have like left to right as well. I think I actually like that a bit better. All right. Now I'm thinking, do we actually remove this from here? We'll have to see. Hey, pink fluffy, plink, pink fluffy llama. How's it going? All right, so islands, that's going to be island seeds. Well, we have to do the first one, right? That's the anchor island. So how do we end up creating an iterator for this? Let's say I just want to iterate through every single one of those island seeds. It kind of has to be recursive. Let's go back over here, because having an iterator on this would be really, really nice. Descendants. Is it descendants or descendants? That's ants. Impl iterator where item is equal to island seed. So let's do this breath first. So we'll say islands. So I'll have that iter dot chain. Islands.iter.map. Self on both of those. Can we not change this? Oh, found reference. Island seed. Can you just say borrow or something? Just borrow, maybe? Seems like something that should be there. Oh, by ref? Yeah, I don't see it. All right. Type mismatch resolving this. FN ones, island seed, output. Let's put that back for a moment. It's like we want to chain each one of those to this. Yeah, the type has to be the same on all of these. Ooh, that's... Because it feels like we're always going to miss one here, right? Because if we say that this descendants is going to be this other thing's descendants, then we never actually include ourselves, which means that these will always be empty. So we have to include ourselves somehow. And I was trying to use like a chain or something like that to actually get the self here. Because if we did something like this, self dot, that's for the descendants though, which would be each one of the elements in the islands. Can we chain these together? How do we do that? With a fold? Do that with a fold. Fold first. Come to me. Flatten. Can you flatten iterators like that? Let's see. Does that give you an iterator of the right kind? So a cargo check on that. Flat map? Oh, because the let. My mistake. Okay. What does this flat map give us? It's going to give us changes the type. So for the island, now we have an iterator for the descendants. Because now we could do a can't do a Windows, can we? No, we really need a fold here. An option is an iterator. We'll have previous, we'll have next. And that should chain those. But it's not an option. It's not iterator for options. This type information just not so much. Position islands. Let's go back. And this is so much easier to do recursively. I keep trying to not do it recursively. Let's see. Islands. Island from seed. Just a self here. We don't have any data that we're mutating. We do need the owner. Oh, look at that. Thank you. All right, then we take the seed, and then for each one of its descendants, we will call basically island from seed again. Say seed dot islands. For each on that. Okay. Okay, flip the column on that, good. Okay, so now we have the recursion set up, kind of the terminal case, which is great. Now we just have to do the work of actually instantiating the island, adding it to the parent, etc., etc. Adding it to owner. Generate island. And this is where we use a seed.
I called you tonight. I've been thinking this for too long. Send a message, you don't reply. I'll keep looking for you, even if it's
No code action on that? Oh, I was hoping for it.
sitting all alone in my room. You stuck so hard in my head.
Or we just make generate take an island seed.
If there's no
Yeah, I don't want them that tightly coupled yet. Okay. Hey, the Phantom. How's it going? What a frustrating language. Oh, no, no, no. It's just different. I think there's definitely a learning curve. There's my little Clippy. We added angry Clippy today. That was like the very beginning of the stream today. Do you have any questions about, like, any issues you're having? Oh, borrowing rules, yes. So I do have something that I found was very, very helpful after reading through the documentation on borrowing and how you have, borrow versus like mutable borrow. And what really helped was this in here. Reference types here. Reading through this actually really helped develop that sort of mental model. Right, it uses references to operate on borrowed data, and you basically have borrowed t and mutable borrow of t. Yeah, it's commonly known as a mutable reference. And then this one is an immutable reference. And then it goes into talk about kind of the beginner's understanding and how it falls apart, and it gets kind of a little frustrating, and comes up with better names for these. Immutable reference and const reference, etc. Like, well, what is it? What should it be exactly? And so a mutable reference is an exclusive reference as opposed to a shared reference. So borrow of t is a shared reference, and then the other one is an exclusive reference. And that really, really, really helped me understand this. That's kind of like the TLDR version of this, but I would read through it. It's a good read. And this one was one of the pieces that really helped. All right, tolerance is going to be that. Yeah, you're welcome. And by all means, if you have questions on Rust, stuff like I love Rust. Pop into the Discord. There's other people learning Rust in there as well. It's not very chatty, but I don't think the silence should prevent you from asking questions in there, as we don't really treat that as like, it's like the game's Discord. You meet Apocalypse? right, let's see that. Oh, I see. I rebounded there. I'm just gonna toss it up here. The code is just there for now. It's gonna get cleaned up later. Yeah, once you get into the interior immutability pattern, it's clear that immutability isn't really the right terminology. Immutable isn't really the right terminology either. And did he actually talk about that in here? Falls apart. Yeah, when you get into the immutability bits here. So I really like shared versus exclusive reference. All right, now looks like islands here. That we're not using position. So at this point, what does this give us back? This gives us an island. Okay, no, we didn't want to do that. That's gonna get called elsewhere. Shoot. I think we should create the child and pass the island seed into the child. Because the island is already calling generate island. Alright, so how do we create one of these? Instance new. And we have to tell it what it is. Let island equal one of these things. It's just going to be an island. I think it's like this. This is a number 3 island. Oh, okay. Expected to, found 1. Alright, instance, what do you want? Do you want, oh, the access as well. If we call it unique. Alright. That should create an island for us. The problem now is that our island might not be set up to use this. Yeah, so we've got this. Generate from seed. All right, we'll take a self on there. We probably also need owner. Save that. Radius minimum, radius max. Oh, tolerance and height. 0.01, and then the height is going to be like, I don't know. What are we doing with the... Oh, that's the island height. Let's just... So that height, if we look over here, what were we using in this case? I mean, these are decent. And we were using a height of 10. So if we did like a height of 15, it should be fine too. All right. Now for the island seed, import that. Ooh, that needs to be public, so we can call it from the other place. All right, now the thing that we didn't do here was actually add it as a child. Now, how do we do this? If we go back to island, in here we add a child. Oh, we used to. Actually, we used to. Now we don't. Okay. Add child. And this will just be whatever, island. I think it needs to be the... Oh, yeah. Legible unique name. False. Don't care. Oh, no new on it if it's that way. Okay. So now the challenge is taking this island, which is an instance, calling a function on it, I think we want to call not mutable, in which case we get the script in the owner. Okay. Generate from seed. There we go. And then we have to take the instance to a ref or something. That gives us a ref instance. Let's see, into shared. Does this have... So what can we do with instance? We can say assume safe on this. Then we get a ref instance. But we're looking for something that can go as an argument. So if we look at add child, add child takes anything that is an asarg node. All right, the implementers for this, ref, tref, ref. So we have to get it to a tref or a ref. Doesn't look like there are any others. So if we start with an instance, which is what I believe we're supposed to start with here. How do we get to, let's say, a tref? Or just a ref? It's going to be a lot of those. So we could call decouple. Is that would give us the node. But it seems weird to have to create something like that, call a script on it, split it apart. Oh, the into base. There we go. Just had to find the right thing there. Into base. Interesting. Yes, that tref is different. Yeah, these consume self into shared. Returns basically the same thing, but it's shared. Okay. Oh, goodness. Okay. I want to see this on screen. Come on. Following trait bounds were not satisfied. Manually managed. Shared. And can we... Okay, maybe I'm creating this wrong. So if we call new... I see. We're going to pass the to, yes, to the instance. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. But apparently, this generate from seed wants a different type for owner. So we could say it's unique there, but then the next type here isn't going to be correct either. We're doing anything clever with this? Because yeah, we basically... This is an interesting pattern. So calling it, if we create it inside of Godot, it's shared automatically. If we create it inside of Rust, it's unique. I guess it technically, it's not shared inside of Godot. It's nothing because it's C++. All right. Because it would be nice to not have to swap those out. Calling it here, this one is shared. Yeah, shared pointer versus unique pointer. That's exactly it. What else could we do? Can we deref? Do they deref? What if... Alright, let's... I'm gonna cheat. If I say it's spatial like that... Oops. Oh, these two. Sure. Okay. Oh, this one didn't take. Oh, come on, Vim. Any other T-refs in there? This needs to be a T-ref though. All right, let's go back to shared. We should be able to take that to shared. Okay. You don't remember how you did understand it? The problem here is that I only implemented map mutable certain things here. Where's my GDXT stuff? No, it's in source head, isn't it? Here we go, legacy XT. I thought I had some goods over here that we could use. Source, lib. There's Godot expect stuff. Invoke for object, okay, yeah. No DXT, yes, we have that. Still no DXT. Map EXT, this is what I want. So I should work on ref. What else do we have it set up for? So it's just on ref. So if we take it to ref, then we can actually map it. That's so sad. Because that's a base, that's a ref to that thing. Okay, so I think we can do this here. All right, that should give us, let's get ref to that. It's unique though. Ooh, interesting. All right, now we can, no, don't do that. Now we can use that. Unsafe is supposed to be scary. Unsafe just means that you're doing the checks that the compiler isn't doing. So what is this supposed to be? Borrowed self and TRF spatial? Island zone. Oh, no, that script is actually island. Oh shoot, that's island. It's not self. Okay, I thought we had been using this somewhere else. Can we just say it's spatial? Oh, grumble. All right. And now what's a lifetime on it? What should the lifetime be? It should figure it out. That's taking too long. All right. This is like way too complicated. Basically, I just want to be able to add it, but I need to call this generate from seed first. Because if we didn't do that, this would compile, wouldn't it? Okay, that looks fine. All right. All right, let's get these types right. So when we call map mutable, actually I want to look at it in here again. So borrowed S. And you lead a lifetime on the base here. And that should work. Map mutably, same thing. Oh, it's a mutable borrow of S. Ah, of course. Sure. Yeah, that's unsafe. All right. Where did seed move to? Ah, there. Generate from seed. Does this have to take a seed? It can just take a reference. We can borrow that. Hopefully the closure isn't going to freak out. Oh, good. We are so close to getting this running. Is phantom data scary? I don't find phantom data scary. Like the friendly ghost. What are we doing? What is the error there that we're saying is so unsafe? Don't do that. All right. And what is the error that this is handling? This island mutable, getting nothing back from that. This returns a result of unit in this case, because we're not returning anything. So in theory, that's generating them and putting them on the screen. Okay. I'm going to comment out some of this. Let's get all this in here. Okay. So now we're going to call this, we're going to pass in a game ID. Oh, if we can. Is game ID even exported to Godot? Or to, yeah. I don't think it is. It's not going to be able to create one of those. So how do we get this? How do we run this? All right, let's create another function. Generate island, something, I don't know. And self. Okay. Now we need basically we need a UUID. And how are we going to pass a UUID through? Why does Phantom Data use a macro called impulse? And where do you find it? Ah, good question. Let's see.
I have a confession that you're my obsession. You're pulsing through me. The blood is rushing and I
Where do
am
you see it?
trusting you'll come save me. My knees are feeling weak. Your body's close to me. I want you.
That's right here.
Rescue.
All right. At this point, I want a random UUID. What can we generate a UUID from? Oh, not SQL types. Thank you. Third one. From bytes. So we just give it 16 bytes. Or from a string. Let's just give it a string. All right. So the other things we need from that. That's a function. How many lands are we giving it? Let's give it 6 lands. Oh, let's pass that in. Now, I thought that could go from... Oh, from stir. So anything that has a display. Which that does. doesn't it? It's from stir. Oh, from one of those stirs. Got it, okay. Isn't that like parse? Isn't that what fromster is used on? Like parse uses that. Yeah, parse uses fromster. There we go. Can we do it without that one? No. Okay, starting to get the hang of it. Lands and X radius. Okay, so now we should be able to use that from Godot. We'll pass a UUID in as the Godot string. All right, let's make sure that's building. Oh, looks like it built. Okay, project, quit to project list, save and close. All right. Scenes, game, zones, island. Island zone. Add a child node, spatial. Just call that debug. Add another script to that. It's not native script, this is GD script. Spatial. And if we look at our other one, tool extends spatial, we have a bunch of stuff here. And all we do is set some of this up here. So, actually, why don't we just copy that? All right, now this here, get parent.curves. Oh shoot, that means we also need to have whatever is going to be called here as a tool script. Yeah, island zone has to be a tool script as well. Cosmos lib. No. Rust lib here. All right, so that'll be available for both. I wonder which way we should do that. Put that down here. Tool scripts. Yeah, that's fine. All right, now while that's compiling, let's get this set up. We'll call it generate islands. We need to give it a UUID string. Thank you for the random good. Okay, there's our Godot string. Okay, now what else did we need to pass into that? Zone ID, that's that. Lands and radius. Oh, you know what? There we go. Let's move that down. I don't know, lands 8. Say 20. Good music, Godot, game dev. Are you the streamer? Hmm. How's it going? Okay. Give that a save. I think we still have to go back out to the project list to capture that. Let's make sure that it built. Yes, it built. All right. Let's go back to island. Okay. And here's our little debug script thing. All right. Odds on it working the first time. And I don't know, I'm kind of hopeful. I know we haven't like, oh no, it didn't. Islands should have land. Interesting. Why did it not have land? Oh, we have surface and bottom now. Are those not being created when we instantiate it this way? Because we need to instantiate this relationship, this type, this island, not the other one. I'm instantiating the wrong thing, aren't I? This is more of a prefab. How do we instantiate a scene from Godot? Or from Rust, here. It's over here. No. We want GD native. Oh, I think we're already doing this. Let's look in the scene changer, so we don't have to figure it out again. Scene manager. Here. So we use a resource loader. We load the scene. Then we cast it and instantiate it. Oh, wow. Interesting. So we're going to have to do something like that, where we need to know what the scene path is. So this scene path here, do we actually use ref like that? No, it's just /root, okay. And what is the path to this in the file system? Copy path. All right, no type hint. Give it the path, it loads it. Casting it to a packed scene. Oh. Scene path. Let's just extract that out to a local variable here. I see. So we're doing an assume unsafe, or assume safe on there.
Ready for a night out.
All right, now we have our new scene, which is a ref node, isn't it? And it's shared. Wow. Okay. That means we can get rid of that.
Good to see you all here tonight. So crack beer, pop wine, so fresh, so fine, oh my. Are you feeling right? Yeah, boy, I'm feeling tight. Gonna hit 'em with the classic, roof down and gas it. Tailored zoot suit, turn a man to a Gatsby. Button down brass with a lighter to match it and a shotgun daisy with girls so sassy. We out tonight, gotta get it right. So take a drink and take a 3 more. Make a groove thing move like it's something to prove. Shake it like you never danced before. We're dressed to
All right, so we need to use that new scene. Let's see if we can use it here. Let's say that's an island.
Where my people trying to score on the floor? Where my people trying to scout a little more on the floor? Where my little over eager find I'm dancing on the speaker with a lack of inhibitions, putting 4 on the floor. Where my insane champagne champions at? Where my screaming teller voices getting raspy at? Where my wallflowers ugly home and taxis at? You know we love you too, but boy, don't come back. It's one for the Uber driver rocking a Mercedes, another for the queens rolling deep with the ladies, one for the single mothers out without their babies, and a lot for the night making yes from a maybe Hades.
Type mismatch resolving. Native class base is equal to node. No, interesting. Can we just do a, because this is a shared ref, or island. Type annotations needed. All right, yeah, we already did that. That's basically the same exact thing. We could invoke a function. Call invoke on it. That just feels weird though. Oh, you know what? That node shouldn't be a node, should it? What's instance going to return? Option, ref, node, etc. Okay. Where did we cast it? Cast here to a packed scene. It's a packed scene. The problem is it doesn't know that's an island. Well, spatial here. Yeah, and then now those types don't actually match. This needs to be like a utility function, instantiating a scene, adding it. Yeah, it's a spatial bit here. Basically, that one's a node, and this one's spatial. That's a ref cast. Okay. Okay, let's try taking that to spatial then. Is that because we have the wrong thread access? Wow. I just want to call a function. This is quite the challenge. I'm a little surprised about this piece here. I could see wrapping that up into a little utility function. And once we did have that, because we want to go from this ref node, it should be ref spatial, essentially. It'd be great if we could do that. Oh, I see, but the scene, let's go up one. Yeah, that scene there is the wrong type. That's a ref node, because the instance gives us the wrong type. So we get a something here. So really? All right, let's look at some other code that we had lying around. Where is it? Here. This is forgetting something that already exists, though. So here we have a tref. We do an assume safe. Cast it to a scene tree from a main loop. So here we have the main loop. Huh. It should work. Of ref node shared. Ref node shared. Do we need that to be a tref? Because if we did that to a tref, then we're going to lose the object here. Because this new scene, assume safe should take it to a tref, and then instance takes it back to a ref. Okay, so let's remove that last cast that we did there. Take it to a tref, cast, to spatial, oh, yes, and we did put spatial over here. That should still be a node. So now island is an option to a tref. Just gonna unwrap it. I want to see this done. Ah, not for tref. I thought we had those for trefs. So just for refs. Oh, just for refs. So why is it that we can cast a tref but not a ref? Do these look like exactly the same thing? It seems like cast should work on there. So if we didn't take it to the tref, we just called cast on it. Following trait bounds were not satisfied. Manually managed, shared. What is the island at the moment? Ref node shared. That should be manually managed. Should be shared. So it's strange to me that we can cast. And cast it to an instance, maybe.
Breaking news. The following message is requested by the state of Modern Talk. There's been an outburst of a deadly infection. I repeat, an outbreak of a highly contagious virus. Sensed through the station's emergency alert system. We have been told the outbreak was caused by 2 men who have killed and eaten the body of the deceased.
It should be unique at this point, so we could say that. So that cast actually worked. Wow. I don't know. I gotta figure this out later. Gotta get ready for work. Let's get that work stuff done. I got a lot of stuff to do and work today. All right. It's gonna be one of those issues where, you know, we come back to this and it's gonna look like, oh, you know, that's where the problem is. You know, just need to take a break. All right. A good number of people streaming today. That's good. Let's see, but who's doing Rust stuff? Oh, Eric.dev, myself, just Eric and I, huh? All right, y'all. Thank you, Original Ribbon. Say, I need to see that again. Eric.dev. And as always, if you want to reach me offline, Discord is there. So we'll come back to this probably tomorrow. I think we made a good bit of progress on that. We just got to get those spawned correctly. So until next time, bye-bye.